We are live right now. We're back again with more Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake, and last time we did a lot. We got our ship, we went to Alfgard. I think we did everything in Alfgard. Now I'm pretty sure of it, so now basically what we need to do now is get those sigils. Now we have the Echo Flute. And this is going to be another all day, every day Dragon Quest stream where we're probably going to stream for quite a while. It could be our longest stream ever. Yeah, even longer than the 10-hour stream. That's to paint a picture right there. And also, I'm gonna let some people I know online know that I am going to be on. Okay. Maybe we go zoom to sync them. Because, yeah, my theory is correct. Now it's time to do this one right here, which you guys remember when we did our Dragon Quest 2 stream for the 500 sub special. This was fucking hell. I'm pretty sure this one's not going to be as bad. Probably, if there's anything that will be hard, is probably going to be the boss battle, but again, to be expected. See how Boom does. That's pretty good, pretty good. I'm gonna check here and see if there's like any chests here. Cursed item. Alright. I guess. Let me check here. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a chest here. Yep. I didn't meant to do boom, I meant to do... Well, actually, boom actually does a little more damage, but... Skills 3 hold. That's nice. I'm gonna do one level up, so just deal with these encounters and then, yeah. Nothing here. notice how we are having an easier time here. Like, by the time we reach here, Canuck would already be fucking dead. The reason I'm doing this is because I know one hit, one hit, one hit. There we go. And we have Moonbrook at level 25. And she now knows Zoom. Probably would have been a lot helpful when dealing with that one fucker. But it's fine. It's fine. And a little herb. Let's go. Yeah, this music is just... music is so good. Though something tells me we probably should have been going down here first, but then again, the game seems pretty fucking non-linear at this point. The same fucking maze-like design from the last game. But I'm just gonna explore and see what I find. Because I am probably gonna go through every single nook and cranny of this area. Because I am trying to get... I'm gonna try to get the most amount of treasure in this adventure, but we'll... Nice wizard staff. Well, it's not really that useful anymore, but probably good as item use if I really want to use it. Minhall's getting close to leveling up soon. I want to check that area out first. I want to see if there's like chests here. So that's the thing about these HD 2D remakes is that You never know if there's actual chests to use. I'll check that area out later. Yep. What did I tell you guys? And there goes Minhall. Oh, that also would have been useful as well, lower down his attacks. God fucking damn. That's like all the good shit that I really needed against that fucking boss was at level 25. So I call it a crowning achievement. I beat the fucker at 24. Well, at least was Minhall 23, and then everyone else 24. Mechanic's close to leveling up, which is nice. Yeah, I wanted to check out these areas out first before I go to the other area. Okay. Let's see what Canuck learns at 25. And he also learns Zing. Also would have been quite useful. Okay, the map here is. I saw. Silver tiara. Yeah, that's very useful. Let's check out this place a little more. Swoosh. So yeah, quickest to level up is going to be Moonbrook, but which is not consistent with the original game because in general, Moonbrook just had a lower level cap than both Mindenhall and Canuck. Because Mindenhall, I believe, was 50, Canuck was 35, and Moonbrook was 30. But obviously, that's me without actually seeing the charts in front of me. Is just going from pure memory. But yeah, it's just amazing just how just rebalancing these monsters to actually be bearable to deal with can make a world of difference of how good it, of like, traversing through fucking dungeons. It's amazing. It's amazing how something like that can actually go on and affect gameplay that much. Let's actually just go rock dog it. 'Cause I think we should have enough to take care of the candy box. And the answer is yes. Canuck's actually gonna level up fast. Which is once again insane because that's never really been the case. It's typically been in Hall that would level up faster, but that's just like I said because of what the level caps were into. But still, regardless, I think it is better balanced here because at the end of the day, Moonbrook and Canuck were the weaker party members of the bunch. And more susceptible to being killed and all that stuff, so. So you would want something like that to be the case. Got him. Let's go. Angel bells, nice. 1,000 gold. Oh yeah, I forgot to record all this. But then again, to be fair, the only stuff that hasn't been recorded is the beginning portion. And I can probably just download this off of YouTube and take care of all that. If I really do need this if I really do need this footage, but. Okay. We should be fine. See right there? Said we'd be fine. And yeah, got a couple more levels and. Okay, so yeah, this one takes you down. I don't know which one's. It's been a while since I remember which one's the correct path. So yeah. Okay. Moonbrook's about like 2 more battles and then Moonbrook should level up. Let's check out this area here. Like, I am somewhat positive this is the correct path. If so, then we'll probably. Oh fuck! Okay, that's a little unfortunate that didn't give me the EXP I wanted. But. Yeah, these guys are definitely pretty fucking dangerous. And insulate, oh, nice, nice. Okay, nothing here. We check the map and see. Yeah, this. Yeah. Yeah, this one takes you to the correct path. Just judging from. So we're gonna head back down, take the other path, the other wrong path, just so we. Actually, we'll just progress. There's only really one area that we haven't taken the time to explore, and then once we beat the boss here, we just go on and switch over to. We just holy protection ourselves. And I'm just gonna grind in place because Kanok has no MP at this moment in time. And honestly, I just don't want to deal. Yeah. And there we go. Level 26 Kanok. And he knows Thwack now. Pretty close. Pretty close. Okay. Well, we now know that guy's definitely. Oh, would have. Level 25, nice, nice. See how much it takes for. Okay. I think for right now, I'm gonna put some holy protection on. Because I do want to explore that other wrong path. So give me a bit of time to do that, and then we'll get back to this area here. And missed two barrels hiding in plain sight of me. Magic water, nice, nice. Nice, nice tombola ticket. Multi-slice, nice. Let me see what. Okay. Yep, starting to paint a picture. Starting to paint a picture. Dun, 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 dun. One more holy protection, and we should be fine. Nice, nice magic water. Seeing less prayer rings, but I guess because there is magic water in this game, they probably just think, well, you don't really need a bunch of prayer rings like before, which makes sense. To which, when you think about it, yeah, it kind of makes sense that that's kind of like their design philosophy this time around. So yeah. Okay. I'm seeing that. And we don't need to use holy protection now. Check that upper area layer. Just. Let's go, let's go. Nothing here. At least from what I can tell. Assassin's Dagger and Thief's Turban. Yeah. Everyone's suited up. Let's just holy protection this for the most part. We should be fine. Like, unless that boss like all of a sudden becomes OP, then yeah, that's a problem. But I am pretty sure that's not going to be the case. Let me check this area out first. Actually, it's better to check that area first. Doesn't look like it's got barrels there. Seems like a pretty quick thing to do. Nice, nice. Yep. I'm gonna give that to Moonbrook. Okay. Because I am kind of tired right now, I'm gonna have everyone just fight wisely. Okay, it's not the worst boss I've... Yeah. And the only thing that's concerning is, of course, whack and... is whack. Okay. Go back to fight wisely. You really don't need that. Get fucked. Yep, let's go. Took him down pretty easy. But how? You are but babes. Or Hogan's speak true. The bloodline of Erdrick imparts great powers indeed. I have failed in my duty. The sigil entrusted Atlas must not. Now we be taking that sigil ourselves. The rogue Tempest was one sigil in order that he might draw us knowledge of the rest. It seemed he did, and I was fool enough to follow him wherever he led. Why the long pace? It is I who was the fool, not you. But I did not wish you to dub yourself a fool. I wish you to dub me a genius. Forgive me, it is true, of course. You saw through his ruse from the fist, from the first, and were wise indeed. Wise, you truly think so? I have never been called wise before. Now come, let us claim the sigil, if you would be so kind to break the barrier too. Alright. And we got ourselves the Star Sigil. The excellent benefit of the Star Sigil, simply having sigils in your possession can grant you all sorts of special effects. Star Sigil causes characters to recover a certain amount of MP when they defend in battle. Well, that's actually very useful. So yeah, we would need to go there next. I'm pretty sure here still has a sigil, but you never know. They could have changed some things here and there. Well, I'm gonna go to the Shrine of Flames. To set the flame you see here was first lit in the wounded traveler might again respite from the field that did hound them. Wherefore hath the flame not burned itself out since that day, you ask, ho? Wherefore indeed, though the rain doth fall and the wind doth blow, still it is burneth bright and true. I myself believe it is because this is no mere monster scaring prayer, but a quenchable flame of that brave traveler indomitable spirit. Alright. Let's use the Echo Fluency. Yeah, it's here. It's halt. State your purpose, stranger. You are the descendants of mighty Erdrick, hero of legends. He journeyed the land to defend it against the monstrous force that saw death and destruction held terror in you. It seems you're truly that which you claim to be. At last, this changes little. Without the permission of the chief, none may enter within. Go thee hence to Burrowell, that lies west of here. Seek out his blessing, forgive us, but we have our orders. Okay, so I guess this is the place they're talking about, and that place used to be pretty important. Well, one of them because you get the Flecky gate key there, and also you got the thief key, which was basically the ultimate key in the game. Though I'm pretty sure they probably did change how that all works. So yeah. Why was not the whole scene was like getting the star sigil was not voiced at all, but this is the
な石ころに頼るくらいなら勇者様のお力を借りて戦いましょう。
僕たちに何か手伝ってほしいんですか？
いいところに、ぜひ君たちに一緒に戦ってほしいんだ。
どういうことですか？
私はこの町の自警団の副団長をしているのですが、大将とずっと意見が違っていてね。魔物に知られないよう、この町の住民はひっそりと暮らしている。地上には常に見張りがいて、魔物と万が一にも鉢合わせないように、地上に出る者はごく少数に限られる。
ハーゴンたちが近くにいるんだから、そのくらいしないと不安ですよね。
いつまでこんな暮らしを町のみんなにさせるつもりなのか。私はもううんざりしている。見張りが見つけた魔物はみんなで始末してしまえばいいと思っているんだ。
しかし、いなくなった魔物を探しにまた別の魔物がやってくる可能性もある。何より守備よく始末できなかった時はどうするつもりだ、死刑だ。下手をすればこのペルボイに大きな犠牲を出すぞ。
だからって、もしもの時はあの不思議な石を使って命乞いするつもりなんですか？
不思議な石。
ベルトは不思議な力を感じる石だ。どうやら魔物どもにとって重要なものだし、
それって、
もしこの町が魔物に見つかったら、その石を渡す代わりに皆の命を助けてくれるよう交渉するつもりだ。
魔物相手に命乞いだと？奴らが耳を貸すもんか。石を奪われた挙句みんな殺されるのがオチだ。だったら最初から戦った方がいい。
この町には子供も年寄りもいるんだぞ。そんな自殺行為決してさせられん。命乞いしてでも助かる可能性にかけるべきだ。それにいくら魔物が相手といえど、命を奪うというのは強いことだぞ。誰にもさせたくない。
私は副団長さんの意見に賛成です。魔物から隠れるのではなく、倒すべきです。でも、戦ったらみんな怪我とか、もっとひどいことになっちゃうかもしれません。だから、黙って怯え続け、隠れ続け、いつか運悪く見つかった日に、みんな殺されてもよいと。あなたは、どちらが正しいと思いますか？僕と大将さんの言ってること間違ってる？選んでください。
So we have to choose either destroying them or offering a brokering a peace deal. Oh my god, what do we do? Looks like they don't sell the thief key. The thief. Well, technically, we already have the thief key, but I'm talking about what is now known as the thief key. Well, technically, in the 2 translation, it's called jailer key. Yeah. Oh. What? I'm gonna side with Moonbrook and see what happens. Just, fuck it, why not? So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be this. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same outcome. I am going to save, right? I am going to go out and just heal everyone up. Or we do Canuck's option, which is... Okay, it doesn't save us... Okay. Actually, we'll do Burrowell later. Because I do wonder what happens if we. Because it does seem like we can get the Princess of Canog at any time we want, from the looks of it. Yeah, there's these guys on
Hello.
this. Hey, Bradley.
Hey. You streaming?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Nice.
Oh God.
I'm gonna play some Trails while I'm in voice chat.
Sounds good. Alright, Moonbrook is level 27. Crap, Prince of Canop's almost close to leveling up. So I think I should just endure one random battle and then get Canuck leveled up. But anything that doesn't involve those would be preferable. Would be of my preference. Yeah. Now level 27 Canuck. Let's go. And he knows Falcon Slash.
Okay, so it likely was an aerial, so kill dive.
Mm-hmm.
素敵な街だね。見て回ってきてもいいですか？やったー！でも気持ちはわかるわ。素敵な街ですもの。少しおのおので散策してみましょう。
Hold on. gotta head out for an hour. I'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good. Okay, we have a strategy now. We have a working strategy against this guy. Pretty easy. Sap, kabuff, and also throw a bit of oomph. Okay, follow orders. While we're at it. Okay, best case scenario. Best case scenario. Okay. Let's go. Tell Panzuzu he's a bitch.
ますもんね。
Man is seething right now. and Canlock is about to be Joey fucking Wheeler. Where he goes out and fucking boasts and then gets his ass whooped. Spree Cell 2 and Peronel carry Caradoc to an inn where he can be treated. And though his loyal companions stay by his bedside through the night, Cannock conditions fails to improve. So yeah, instead of just him falling ill all fucking nowhere, instead he gets Joey Wheelered by a monster. And yes, I am going to coin that term. Oh crap! This is. I've made the right choice to come here first before doing any of the other sigils. Oh my god. goes to Cannock. There's a secret spot in here. Let's check it out. A Again, another chest was magic key. God fucking damn it. It was one of those areas. Oh. Somehow I immediately just like, oh no, they're they gated me. They gated me. Let's head back to Baron and take care of that stuff. got the Force favor.
ありがとうございます。私たちもすぐに支度をして向かいましょう。
Let's check on Canuck, see how he's holding up. Why not? First check out this area here. And also re-up on... Okay. Never mind then. Well, that's why. I could... Man, Presto Canuck is gonna be fucking weak after this. McDonald's knuckle sandwich now. Yeah, these guys give pretty good EXP, so it'd probably be best to keep on. What's up? Got pretty far in Dragon Quest 2 right now. Like not like endgame, but pretty far nonetheless.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm getting a certain party member permanently soon. Anyways, how's your day, Sean?
Fine. How
No.
about yours?
Woke up, still kind of feeling tired. And then had breakfast and came back, streamed. Yeah, that was my day. So I think for today and of what I want to do is like probably at the very least get to the point before you head over to Renderek. But I don't know how much stuff they added into this remake to see whether or not that's feasible or not. Okay, Minhal's almost close to leveling up. Anyways, how far you gotten in 1 and 2? Have you progressed today?
It's 5.
Mm-hmm. Level 27 now. Let's go. Medicinal herb. Okay. Okay, let's go. yeah, like after like we end the call, because I didn't had dinner in between that time. Like I like cooked something quick last night after I finished up streaming, and then I kind of like crashed on my couch. Uh, yeah, I woke up. I was like, "Fuck." What up, Sean?
He's weak.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Everyone's almost fucking dead, but that's and it's just because my healer has no MP.
I won't lie, I was looking at my pay and I was like, damn, I actually miscalculated it.
Mhm.
So I'm earning slightly more than I thought I did.
Oh, nice, nice. Congrats.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though because that's the pre-tax amount.
Oh. Uh,
I was looking, I was like, am I doing my math wrong? I guess I was doing my math wrong then, which I mean, that's whatever.
yeah.
Or I guess I should have known I was doing my math wrong because I always rounded down on what I said my daily pay was instead
Yeah.
of up.
Okay, I'm gonna do some more grinding because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a boss in this area. And my healer has no MP, so yeah. Makes sense to why I would.
You know, I gave like Cannock like the crackle scroll you get early because I'm like, oh, Cannock kind of trash.
Yeah. Cannock actually.
He's more useful than Moonbrook right now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Cannock actually knows some pretty good. Like from those scrolls, Cannock can actually learn like some pretty good moves. Because I should mention like Assassin Stab is in this game. And Cannock's the only one so far I know that knows how to use that scroll. So yeah, they definitely buffed the fuck out of Cannock.
He definitely. He feels like he has an odd assortment of abilities. That's how I'll put it. Because he's like sandwiched halfway between being like a mage and being a martial character.
Yeah.
So I mean, generically, magic is useful. Like, it's pretty set damage.
Yeah.
But when his physical abilities are good, like, they're good.
Yeah.
言われずともわかります。お兄ちゃんを助けるためにどうしても必要なの。もらっていきます。
Okay, I was wrong. They didn't. There's no boss here, at least from the looks of it.
お
shoving all the seeds of strength into
Mendenhall.
yeah, but I think maybe I should probably shove some into Camelot too.
Mm-hmm.
怒ってるの？喜んでるの？どっちも。こんなところまで来てくれたんだね。心配かけてごめん。ありがとう。どうせ父さんたちの許可はないんでしょ？まあね。でもいいの。許可よりもお兄ちゃんの命の方が大事でしょ？ほんのちょびっとだけね。僕は妹にも仲間にも恵まれて幸せ者だよ。さあ、お兄ちゃんが元気になったんだから打倒ハーゴンの旅を再開よ。で、次はどこに行くんだっけ？普通に一緒に旅する感じ出してるけどダメだよね。サマルトリアに返さないと。いいの。え？いいの？いいの。なんで？一番反対しそうなのに。私たちは自分で決めて旅に出たように彼女にも自分で決める権利があるわ。彼女の人生だもの。それに忘れないで。私も勇者の血を継ぐものだってこと。わかった。みんながそう言うなら。それに命を助けてもらった以上僕は逆らえないよ。そういうこと。もう二度とお兄ちゃんが倒れないように私が守ってあげるからね。
we're gonna take a quick break because I am going to grab some lunch. So so like last time, I'll have some videos playing in the background so you guys have something while we're gone. So
I guess I'll see you later.
I'll be on mobile. I'll probably switch to mobile anyways, Sean. So we'll still talk. Yeah. Like we did last time, where I was, because unlike before where I just went on and just ate at the restaurant, I'm just gonna go on and pick it up and then go back home, quickly eat, and then get back to streaming. All right. Which, while I'm at it as well, I'm also gonna add in one more video into the pile, just so. All right. And then we'll play the OBS.
まずそのテレビゲームのニュースなんですけれども、あれは今月の10日のことでした。テレビゲームのソフトが発売されて、このソフトはあさってから来月にかけてさらに150万個発売される予定でありまして、警察庁は文部省と業者に対してこのほど再発防止対策を求めました。禁断のドラゴンが解き放たれた。触れたら最後。
February 10th, 1988. What was seen as a normal day for many places around the world, something unusual happened in Japan. Tons of people across the country were waiting in line to get their hands on a game. And it was the culmination of built-up hype for an ultimate game. And that game was Dragon Quest III. Kind of hype this game had was crazy. People skipped work just to wait in a line for Dragon Quest III. Kids skipped school just to wait in line for Dragon Quest III. It got to a point where police were complaining to the Enix Corporation that a lot of people were skipping work and a lot of kids were skipping school. Where the Enix Corporation would move the release dates of Dragon Quest games to the weekend just so it didn't interrupt normal working hours. In many ways, you can compare this to Nintendo's own Super Mario Bros. 3, as both had built up hype, and on top of that, both of these games influenced the companies moving forward. For Super Mario Bros. 3, it helped influence Nintendo to create a quality standard for their games moving forward. And as for Dragon Quest, not only did it influence Enix, but it also influenced many other companies that wanted to make an RPG. You'd be surprised how many games would take ideas from Dragon Quest 3 and iterate them in their own games. But of course, that success was never seen here in the West. Dragon Quest III would be brought over in 1992 as Dragon Warriors 3 on the NES, and no one really seemed to care too much, as the game came out a whole year after the Super Nintendo launched in North America, and on top of that, many RPGs that came out way later in Japan after Dragon Quest III came much sooner in comparison. For example, Final Fantasy IV, a game that came out many years later after Dragon Quest III in Japan, came out a whole year before Dragon Warriors 3 saw a release in the West. And many critics here in the West slammed Dragon Quest 3, calling Dragon Quest 3 an outdated game, which is why we're doing this video today. We're here to celebrate Dragon Quest 3 for the revolution it is of how it influenced RPGs moving forward. Sure, nowadays this game has aged in some aspects, but overall, we're just here to appreciate what Dragon Quest 3 was able to do. So, let's dive into the plot. In the kingdom of Alien lives a local towns hero named Ortega, who is tasked to take down the evil archfiend Baramils, and right when his child is born, by the way. Though regardless, in order to bring peace to the world, Ortega sets out on this journey to take down the evil archfiend, but only for his adventure to end with a battle against a dragon on top of a volcano, and the battle ending with the dragon dragging him down to the core of the volcano. And once news spreads that Ortega presumably died, all the townspeople of Alien are saddened by the news, but the wife of Ortega has a different stance. She believes his child will be the one that'll take his place and take down the evil archfiend once they become of age. And once the child became 16, they are indeed given the task to take down the evil archfiend and take the place of his dad Ortega. And they can either create their own party to take them down or go it on their own. And the adventure starts small by climbing atop a tower to grab a thief key and using that said thief key to grab a wrecking ball, and using said wrecking ball to open up a path to go to a portal to the kingdom of Romania. The adventure continues by helping the king of Romania get his crown back from a group of Robin Hoods, going to the desert kingdom of Isis to grab a magic key, helping the king of Portugal to get some black peppers in exchange for a ship. And once they attain the ship, they learn they must collect 6 orbs scattered across the world to reawaken the god bird Ramia to reach Baramos' location. And thus is our premise to Dragon Quest III. I love the overall backstory of Ortega, who he is, the local town's hero, and how you filling in his shoes are expected to take down the evil archfiend. But at the same time though, much like Dragon Quest 1 and 2, the main story overall is pretty bare bones. It's go to this location, then go to this location, and then find these orbs scattered across the world. But I do think, unlike Dragon Quest 1 and 2 where there was just the main story, Dragon Quest 3 does make up with some interesting smaller stories that happen throughout the game. For example, I already mentioned the king losing his crown to a group of Robin Hoods in the Kingdom of Romania, but there's also some other stories. For example, when going across the world to get the orbs, one of them involves a story in a Asian-like town called Jinping, where the empress there sacrifices her own people to this man-eating dragon named Orochi. And once you take care of Orochi, you find out that Orochi is actually the empress. And you have to go out and take down the empress, and once you defeat her, the people of Jinping reward you with an orb. There's not really much in terms of the background of who Orochi is, but I do like the context overall that they include these smaller stories to try to fill in what is a bare-bones story. And the majority of the adventure that you go through has a story to tell. And just adding these small stories is overall an improvement to Dragon Quest III's story. And there are other aspects that I love about the story, but we'll save those for spoilers. And now moving on to gameplay, in regards to that front, not much has changed from Dragon Quest II to Dragon Quest III. Combat still works the same, exploration still works the same, dungeon crawling still works the same, sailing still works the same. What they really do is add in new gameplay elements and quality of life features to the overall gameplay as a whole. But for things that worked in Dragon Quest II, not much was changed. If it's not broken, don't fix it. So let's start with the first major change, which is the party members, as there's an increase of party members you can have on hand from 3 party members to 4. And on top of that, your party members are not preset characters. You can actually customize your characters to your liking, from their genders and the classes they are, to which you have a handful to choose from. The warrior class, a strong physical fighter but a bit slow. The martial artist, again a physical fighter but he's much faster, though sacrifices a little bit on physical strength. The mage class, a spellcaster that knows powerful spells alongside buffing spells. The priest class, another spellcaster that knows healing spells and debuffing spells. The merchant class, a class that gains a lot of health but also can nab extra gold and items. And finally the jester class, what will be seen as the joke class for many people. As they have shit stat growth, the only stat that they grow exceptionally at is luck. And at times when you command them in battles, they should outright ignore your orders. And you might be wondering why they didn't include this class in the first place. Well, that's because there's one special class that you gain throughout the game, which we'll mention later. And finally, there's the class that's exclusive to you, the hero class. As much similar to the hero from Dragon Quest I, they're pretty good with physical attacks and they know some pretty good magic spells. And in the case of Dragon Quest III, the hero class knows spells that are exclusive to them. No other class will know these spells. And overall, when it comes down to your party planning, it's all up to you to how you want to customize your team. Do you want all physical fighters? Do you want all magic users? Or do you want a mix of physical fighters and magic users? The game really does give you choices of how you want to arrange your teams. And if you're unsure, the game does give you some presets to help you out on your journey. But overall for me, I prefer to create my own teams because it gives me that personal experience. Now let's talk about the other additions made to this game alongside some quality of life features. And as the key system changed again, you now have the thief key which opens regular doors, then the magic key, and then finally the ultimate key that opens everything. They pretty much made the key system a leveling system in a sense. And of course I mentioned the bank system in the remakes of Dragon Quest 1 and 2, but Dragon Quest 3 is the first mainline game to introduce a bank. Essentially you can store in gold, and if you die in battle, you only lose the gold you have on hand while the gold that remains in the bank remains unchanged. And on top of that, you can also store in items in the bank, which is something that I do a lot because there's some items that I don't need anymore, or items that are just wasting space away. so I used the bank just to store in my items. But quite honestly, because of the fact that the item management is still similar to Dragon Quest II, this is why I use the banking system for, just to store in items I don't need anymore. Alongside the banking system, you have the Monster Arena. This is basically the game's form of gambling. You essentially bet on whoever you think will win the battle, and whoever wins, you get money. Whoever loses, you lose all your money. And I'm usually not a gambling man, so I don't really do this feature all too much. But if you have the best of luck out there, then I'm pretty sure you use this feature a ton. And regarding major quality of life features, Zoom is now a quick travel spell. Rather than sending you to the last location you saved in, it now gives you a list of locations to travel to. And this is indeed a godsend right here. With a big world like Dragon Quest III, it's quite important to have multiple locations to travel to. The final thing I want to mention is the day and night system, as Dragon Quest III is the first game to introduce it. As time will go on, the time will change from morning to night or night to morning, and what changes is different monsters will appear from the time of day, and depending on towns you go to, certain events will happen. So overall, we have some great gameplay additions from the bank and monster betting, alongside some great quality of life improvements, while at the same time features that didn't really need to be changed were kept the same. But there's also one more feature I'm not addressing just yet, but we'll save that for later. Now moving on to graphics, and much like Dragon Quest II, the game looks great on the NES. The only complaint I really have is sprite flicker, as that can't be helped due to the limitations of the NES itself, but it's something I do have to mention. And as for the music, it's pretty clear with each passing game, the late Koichi Sugiyama continues to improve on chiptune music, as a lot of the songs here are fantastic. I love Adventure, I love the town theme, I love the village theme, I love the cave theme, I love the sailing theme. Everything about the soundtrack is amazing in my opinion. Now moving on to localization, and much like Dragon Quest II, things were censored. Keep in mind this is Nintendo in the 90s we're talking about here, heavy-handed on censorship. Though thankfully things that were changed in Dragon Quest III were the same things that were changed in Dragon Quest II. Churches were changed to House of Healing, and tombstones were changed to Little Ghost Guys. Though surprisingly, in terms of the text localization, Dragon Quest III barely uses the Old English text. Sometimes it does pop up here and there, but for the most part, it's modern day English for the most part. And I do understand for some people they do like the Old English dialect, as it brings some extra flair to the dialogue. But for me, I kind of prefer when they maintain the original translation from the Japanese version. And now the English localization adds in a cutscene of Ortega fighting the dragon on top of the volcano. That wasn't in the Japanese Famicom release. And just to make the game easier, EXP and gold gained after beating monsters were increased by 25%. Despite the censorship here and there, I'm glad that the dialogue is more consistent with the Japanese version, and I do like the few things that the English version adds in. Now it's time to move on to the one thing I complained about in Dragon Quest II, the progression. And thankfully, Chunsoft has learned from the mistakes they made in Dragon Quest II and chose to improve on certain aspects in Dragon Quest III. Though in some ways the game does start pretty similar to Dragon Quest II. The game starts linear, and then eventually things open up once you attain a ship. As attaining the 6 orbs scattered across the world is pretty non-linear. It's up to you to which orbs you want to attain first. Though unlike Dragon Quest II, where barely any NPCs told you where sigils were, Dragon Quest III does the complete opposite, and NPCs tell you a general location of where an orb is. It's pretty similar to how Dragon Quest I handled progression, where you basically have to rely on townsfolk to give you a general direction of where to go. And these guys tell you where to go next. And if you're still unsure where to find orbs, you can get the Echo Flute to get a general idea of where an orb is. And unlike Dragon Quest II, where finding the Echo Flute is in the middle of the ocean, Dragon Quest III puts the Echo Flute in a tower that you can clearly see. And sure, you have to fight some monsters and reach to a certain floor to get the Echo Flute, but I take that over going to the middle of the ocean. And regarding maps, I would still recommend getting a map online, because even though NPCs do give you a general idea where to find an orb, Dragon Quest III's map is pretty huge and you might get lost when exploring around the world. So having a map is indeed helpful. Though regarding guides, I don't think you really need a guide. As long as you're talking to townsfolk, you should be fine. Though aside from the yellow orb, the way this one works is that you have to bring a merchant to a location to build a town from scratch, and over time as you collect more orbs, the town will continue to grow, until eventually the people of the town will overthrow the merchant just because they're being an authoritative asshole. Though throughout your journey of collecting orbs, the merchant does their part of getting the yellow orb for you, which is pretty nice, and eventually you'll reach to a place called the Old Trades Albi, a place where you can change your party members' classes. And if you found this book in this tower here, or have a Jester class on your hand, you can get the Sage class. And these guys are pretty damn good. They know every single spell from both mages and priests, though none of the spells from the hero class, and they're pretty good with physical attacks. And every time I do play Dragon Quest III, I always make sure to go out and grab a Sage class when I can. Though of course there's indeed a catch in regards to changing your party members' classes. Your party members have to at least reach reach level 20 to change classes, and on top of that they'll revert back to level 1 and all their stats will be halved. So keep that in mind at the very least. And finally, in regards to the progression, let's talk about the overall grind. And I'm happy to say, Chunsoft learned their lesson. There's never really a point in time where I felt enemies were bull against me. Primarily because I felt most of my party members were top-notch throughout my adventure. I didn't have some Prisocanic that was a piece of glass or anything like that, and I didn't have enemies that were just targeting one person at a time. Everything felt balanced. The grind felt fine, the enemies didn't feel bullshit, everything worked as it should. In many ways, it's back to how the grind was in Dragon Quest 1, where you understand enemies in this location are the strong monsters. You probably need to spend some time in one location to grow. And overall, yeah, there's some times where I did die against a monster, but in many cases, it just felt like it was my fault for not grinding enough, rather than bullshit monsters. It takes a game like Dragon Quest 2 to learn what exactly is a good balance. But now it's time for us to quickly talk about the remakes before we get into spoilers. Starting with the Super Famicom remake. Unlike Dragon Quest 1 and 2, the remake was not handled by Chunsoft, as they moved on from making mainline Dragon Quest titles by this point, and instead was handled by Heartbeat, the makers of Dragon Quest 6 and 7. And I do have opinions on those games, and you guys know already, but we'll save those thoughts whenever we reach those games. But in regards to their remake efforts, Heartbeat does a really great job in my opinion, as Dragon Quest 3 is the definitive way of playing Dragon Quest 3 in my opinion. Unless the HD 2D remake comes out and blows us out the water. But let's start with the most striking thing about this game being the graphics and presentation. As my lord, is this amazing to look at. This is one of the best looking RPGs on the Super Famicom. As I do think maybe Chrono Trigger has an edge over the Dragon Quest 3 remake, but this remake does come damn close. On top of that, when you engage in battles, monsters actually animate when they attack you, which is pretty damn cool. And they even added an extended intro cutscene showing off Ortega's adventures before he fights the dragon. And the music, oh my lord, is this amazing here. I don't know what kind of magic Koji Sugiyama did for the Super Famicom renditions for these games, but they sound close to orchestral. And if I'm not listening to the orchestral renditions of Dragon Quest 3, I'm most likely listening to the Super Famicom renditions. These are amazing. And on top of that, Heartbeat even added more quality of life improvements to this game and more features to this release. Regarding quality of life features, they added a bag system to where you can store in items you don't need anymore. You don't need to constantly go back to the bank and store in items. No, you can just store your items in the bag and there you go. And on top of that, Heartbeat included an in-game map to this game, meaning you don't really need an external map anymore. Just look at the in-game map and there you go. And as for brand new features, they included the Thief class, a class that's also fast on its feet like the martial artist, and it can steal items as well. They now include a personality system which affects stats, and at the start of the game you have to do a personality test to determine which personality you are. And on top of that, they included mini medals from Dragon Quest 4. If you reach a certain amount, you get some special items. And they added in a board game called the TNT boards. These games I kinda suck at, but hey, they're pretty nice overall, a good time sink. Overall, this is what I would consider a great remake, improving on features alongside adding in brand new features. And now moving on, we have Dragon Quest 3 on Game Boy Color. And much like Dragon Quest 1 and 2 on Game Boy Color, Dragon Quest 3 was handled by Tosei. Though unlike Dragon Quest 1 and 2, you do have to play this on a Game Boy Color. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. If you try playing this on a regular Game Boy, you get this message right here. And I would assume that's just because Dragon Quest 3 has the day and night system. It would be hard to tell to know if it's day or night on a black and white screen. But aside from that, all the quality of life features were brought over from the Super Famicom remake over to the Game Boy Color remake, of course aside from the graphics and music. As of course the graphics are 8-bit again, seeing how we're dealing with an 8-bit system. And in comparison to Dragon Quest 3 on NES, Dragon Quest 3 on the Game Boy Color does look better in my opinion. And as for music, we're back to chiptune, though with different renditions. And if you were to ask me which ones I prefer, NES or Game Boy Color, I do prefer Game Boy Color. I do find them to have a refined edge in my opinion. And of course, much like Dragon Quest 1 and 2, there's indeed screen crunch. It can't be helped due to the resolution of the Game Boy screen. Though unlike Dragon Quest 2, where screen crunch was a major issue, Dragon Quest 3 does alleviate this with the in-game map. Though of course you might be looking at that map more often because of the screen crunch, but I'd just much rather have this map in general rather than having no map. And finally, in terms of additions, we have the monster medals. These are little trinkets you get every time you fight monsters, and they do unlock something, which we'll mention later. As finally, we need to mention the mobile/Switch version, as this is not a good version right here. If we're talking about graphics on the Switch version, it looks ugly as sin, features are straight off removed, the intro cutscene from the Super Famicom Game Boy versions outright gone, the TNT board's gone, the animated monster's gone, Just so much of the charm of the Super Famicom version is just lost here in the mobile/Switch version. And I guess in regards to Toriyama projects, it's always the shitty versions that end up being the most accessible way of playing or watching things. But enough of that, it is time for us to talk about spoilers, and if you don't want to be spoiled, skip to this portion right here. After collecting all 6 orbs, you reach an altar to re-awaken the god bird Ramia, and this introduces the next brand new feature to Dragon Quest III, the ability to fly. There are no random encounters, you get to fly around the world, and reach locations you've never reached previously. And hell, in the Super Famicom remake, everything is in Mode 7, which is really nice. But anyways, our heroes reach Barrowmill's castle, and in regards to the grind, it's not all too hard, it's just time consuming. As of course, you need to reach certain levels just so you know some pretty good spells to face up against Barrowmills. But anyways, our heroes take down Barrowmills, and when you think the day is saved, it's actually not. Turns out Barrowmills was actually a henchman for the main evil, Soma, who resides in the Dark World, to which the king gives you the final request to go to the Dark World to take down the evil Soma. And fortunately enough, a hole opens up right next to Barrowmills' castle, to which our heroes head down to. And turns out the location of the Dark World is called Alfgard, and for quite a while, Alfgard has been plunged into darkness. And upon reaching to a place called Hanago Castle, we learned that in order to stop Zoma, we have to attain the Orb of Light, alongside getting the Sunstone and Staff of Rain to forge the Rainbow Drop in order to reach Zoma's castle. And pretty much the adventure kind of feels like deja vu because you mostly did this kind of stuff in Dragon Quest I. Though some things have changed up here and there, for example, the Sunstone is in a different location in the castle, you really don't need the Silver Harp anymore, and because there's no legendary hero called Erdrick just yet, our heroes find the most powerful armor and forge the strongest sword out there called the King of Swords. And our heroes go back to their world just to grab the Orb of Light from this dragon here. And alongside that, our heroes also reawaken the goddess Rubis. But regardless, once everything is settled, our heroes form the Rainbow Drop, form the Rainbow Bridge, and head over to Zoma's castle. And it turns out Ortega is there fighting one of Zoma's henchmen, and ends up losing to him fatally. On his dying breath, he tells his child to let his child know what has become of him, and eventually succumbing to his wounds. And in the final stretch, our heroes take down Soma's henchmen, and then finally face against Soma using the Orb of Light to weaken him, and giving Soma the final blow. The day is saved, light is brought back to Alfgard, but unfortunately for our heroes, the hole that they came from closes up, meaning that there is no way for them to return back to their world. So with nothing else to do, they head back to Tanacle Castle, and the king is forever grateful for our heroes, and names our hero Erdrick. As turns out, this game was a prequel to Dragon Quest 1 and 2. Everyone celebrates, and our hero decides to leave all the armor pieces that he used to fight against Soma behind in Alfgard as he goes on to future adventures. And that's the end of Dragon Quest 3, but if you played the remakes on Super Famicom, Game Boy Color, or Switch, then there's indeed post-game, as after you beat the game, you gain access to what's called the Bonus Dungeon, a tough-as-nails dungeon with some of the strongest monsters out there, and with a secret boss known as Shenlong. I guess because they have Akira Toriyama, they want to make it a homage to Dragon Ball, I guess. And on top of it, if you beat Shenlong, he actually grants you a single wish, so yeah, this is indeed Dragon Ball here. And if you played the Game Boy Color version, you do gain access to the Ice Dungeon, but there's more steps to it. For one, you have to get all the monster medals found in Dragon Quest 3. And because this is a pain in the ass to do, I ended up not doing it. But overall, it just amazes me that Dragon Quest 3 builds up to become a prequel to Dragon Quest 1 and 2. Everything that you do in this adventure ends up becoming legends in Dragon Quest 1 and 2 that have been told to you about this legendary hero known as Erdrick. And turns out, Erdrick was you, this whole time. It's amazing to see the adventures he's gone through, and how he became nobody to a legendary hero at the end. Kind of unfortunate for him to not be able to go back to his world, but nonetheless, what he did was noble at the very least. And I would imagine for most people who found out that who you were playing was Erdrick back then, were shocked or freaking out that you were the legendary hero the whole time. I kind of found that out before I played Dragon Quest 3, but I knew the impact this kind of reveal had for most people. But I think it's time for us to wrap things up. In many ways, Dragon Quest 3 is a special game. One of those genre-defining games that changed the whole scene. Everything moving forward uses this point of reference of how to build something in this field. How to build a great JRPG. And even to this day, many RPGs you might play still use Dragon Quest III as a reference, whether consciously or subconsciously. From the class making, building the world around you, to all the gameplay mechanics found in Dragon Quest III, or just the overall themes of Dragon Quest III. Having that kind of influence is indeed powerful, and Dragon Quest III does have that influence. And I remember playing Dragon Quest III on mobile and not thinking much about it other than the big reveal. But understanding the history of the game, upon playing this game multiple times, I just find more and more things to enjoy about Dragon Quest III, as it slowly climbed up to my top 5 favorite Dragon Quest games out there. And once again, I do compare how impactful this game is to Super Mario Bros. 3. And once again, there's a reason. Not only did Dragon Quest III influence Enix, it also influenced many other companies that wanted to make an RPG. And I'm pretty sure once the HD 2D remake comes out, we'll be reminded again of how influential this game is. I know this video took a while to come out, but I sincerely thank you guys for watching this video. And if you have any experiences about Dragon Quest III, or you never heard about Dragon Quest III, just post down in the comments and let me know what you think about the game overall. And if you like this video, greatly appreciate it if you hit that like button. And if you want to see more videos, I do recommend checking out these videos here. I think you'll personally enjoy them. See you guys on the next one. Take care. What basically felt like an eternity is now reality now. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake is finally here, and it's definitely been quite a wait for this game to come out. Announced back in 2021 during the 35th anniversary stream of Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake was definitely one of the games that most people were talking about in regards to announcements made during that time. And unfortunately for us, we had to wait quite a while for this release to come out, or get any kind of information, seeing how in 2022, there was no information, 2023, no information as well, and only focusing on releases like Dragon Quest Treasures, Infinity Strash, and Dragon Quest Monsters. The only thing we would really get during those times was interviews with Yuji Horii saying, "We're still working on it, expect something soon." And soon never really came until 2024 during Dragon Quest Day, where they finally teased the game for once. And then we got the proper announcement during the Nintendo Direct. And for me, it was definitely a long time coming, finally seeing this game become reality, and coming out in November of all times. This was definitely a time for me to get excited, as the wait was finally over. Though of course there was some unfortunate things that happened here and there, whether it was due to the censorship made to the game, or changing gender terms to Type A, Type B sort of ordeal. For me, regardless, it didn't really bother me, because I waited for this game almost for forever, and I wanted to play this game desperately, in a way. And the question is, ultimately, after waiting for so long, was the wait worth it? Well, that's exactly what we're going to find out today. So, let's dive right in. Starting with the story, not much was really changed, but of course I do feel the need to give you guys a little bit of a summarization of the story. This local town hero known as Ortega goes on this journey to defeat the evil Archfiend, but disappears when he goes up to the mountain of Mount Necrogard. And on your 16th birthday, you, the hero, go in to fill in his shoes and go out on this journey. It's a pretty simplistic plot that essentially drives you to go out on this journey and defeat the evil Archfiend. And one of the things that the developers said about this game was they were going to expand on the story, when in reality, the expansion really is just telling you where to go next. Additional cutscenes are really just there to tell you, hey, you need to go to this location to get the magic key, or there's these orbs you need to go on and collect. It doesn't really do much to expand on the story or the lore of Dragon Quest III, more so to tell you where to go next. And I personally don't really have too much of an issue with that addition right there, because of course for most people, not that many people are used to having that much freedom and non-linearity. But for me personally, I'm kind of disappointed that the enhancements are really just telling you where to go next. Not to say those are the enhancements made, as there are backstories regarding Ortega when you go to particular locations like the village of Myrrh, And there are indeed some cutscenes that do enhance the story, though by a little bit. But for the most part, these cutscenes are really meant to serve to tell you where exactly to go next, and yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. And there are some changes here and there in regards to the plot as well. One of them, for example, is in the village of Mur. Originally in the past releases, the villagers of Mur eventually find out you are indeed the child of Ortega. But in the HD 2D release, instead they find out that you're originally from the same town that Ortega is from, and they do give you his helmet because they do believe you'll eventually find him. Never once do they find out you're his child. And I thought this change was unnecessary, but at the same time, interesting, I guess. So ultimately, I kind of feel they didn't really make much liberal changes to the story or liberal enhancements to the story, but more so service level changes and enhancements. It doesn't really go far enough, in my opinion, to fully enhance it or make it a big deal that you're going out your way and making these major changes. The one thing I will say is the one thing that does enhance the game's story is the voice acting. As for the first time ever for Dragon Quest III, there is indeed voice acting for the game in both English and Japanese. I played through the whole game in Japanese, and the Japanese voice acting does a great job at giving depth and emotion to these particular scenes that we're used to in Dragon Quest III. I heard little snippets of the English voice acting, and I do think they do a great job as well. Though enhancements to the story being flimsy aside, what was a major enhancement, of course, is the graphics. As the name implies, this is indeed using the HD 2D art style that Square Enix has been touting since Octopath Traveler. And it does indeed look gorgeous on Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. The sprite work from the NPCs and your main characters look great, the monsters look great, and the environments all look great as well. Though the one thing that surprised me is when you compare this to Octopath Traveler, Live Alive, or Octopath Traveler 2, you might notice some major differences here and there. For example, some of the buildings in Octopath Live Alive or Octopath 2, or some of the pavements, kind of have this pixelated look. But in Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, all the environments are fully 3D. They're all full 3D environments. In many cases, it almost feels similar to the Star Ocean remake that came out last year, where all the environments were fully 3D while the main characters and the such were all pixel art. Though at the same time, I would say Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake is more closer to Octopath and Live Alive, despite not having pixelated buildings or pavements. Though despite that main difference, it still looks great nonetheless. And of course, the music is fantastic as well. For the first time for Dragon Quest III, officially, we now have orchestrated music done by the Tokyo Metropolitan Symphony. And this sounds fantastic here in Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. Adventure sounds bombastic, the town themes, the village themes all sound peaceful, the cave and tower themes bring in the sense of mystery. Everything just sounds beautiful in Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. Though of course, seeing how some songs didn't have orchestrated versions, those use the same MIDIs that we're used to, though regardless it creates a perfect package when it comes down to presentation. Though of course the presentation is only a part of the story. Of course we need to talk about the gameplay and the progression. And seeing how I already talked about those things in my Dragon Quest III review, I'm only going to focus on the differences here and the additions made to Dragon Quest III HD 2D. Starting of course with your party members, you can now change the appearances and add in voices for your party members. You have 4 options to choose from depending on the classes you choose or gender, and you can choose whatever voice you want as well. And of course for me who's a sucker for customization, this is indeed a good addition to Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. I can now alter the looks of the characters and tailor make them to how I want them to be. The one thing I would say is the voices don't sound all too different to me. At least the female voices, because I went with an all-female team for my adventure, but I can hardly tell. And of course the other thing when it comes down to your party members is a brand new class known as the Monster Wrangler. And I have to say, they're pretty decent until the later game. What do I mean by this? Well, they learn all the abilities that monsters learn throughout the game. They definitely know a lot of the abilities. But then once you get to the later levels with the Monster Wrangler, their stats kind of start teetering off a bit. They start becoming a little bit more weaker, lower in stats in comparison to your other party members. And I definitely noticed this when I got to the Dark World, where the Monster Wrangler wasn't really keeping up with my hero when it came down to physical stats. So while I say they were a good addition, they definitely do have a huge downside, which is that later half when they start progressing in levels. And speaking of spells and abilities, we have brand new spells and abilities in this game. For example, we now have More Heal, we have Zen, we have Metal Slash, we have Flame Slash, we have Giga Slash. The list goes on and on with all the brand new abilities you have. And I have to say, with the new spells and abilities and the fact that the Ultra's Albi still works as it does, to where you have to at least reach level 20, and when you change to a new class you go back to level 1, all your stats are half, but you keep all your spells and abilities. It gives you more reasons to go to the Ultra's Albi, learn these new abilities for your characters, and essentially suit them up to be these super characters in a sense. For example, once I knew my Monster Wrangler learned all his abilities, I switched it over to a warrior, learned all those abilities for a warrior, and I switched it over to a martial artist, maxed out all the abilities, and learned critical claim, which made it easier for me to take down liquid metal slimes and metal slimes in general. And I switched it back to a warrior because, in terms of leveling growth, the warrior just leveled up much quicker in comparison to the martial artist. And I essentially had a beefcake when it came down to physical abilities. You can now tailor make these characters to be super characters in a sense. And that's something I do like about this HD 2D remake. You can now do almost anything you want with these characters. And I can go on and on about how much more in depth they made the characters and the classes and the Ultra's Albi. But there's still more things that they did to enhance the experience of Dragon Quest III HD 2D. There's now the Monster Arena, where you find stray monsters across the field and then use them to help you fight in the Monster Arena. Gone are the days where we just gambled to see who will win, to now a system that's more similar to Dragon Quest VIII or the Dragon Quest Monster games. There's now these secret spots in the overworld where you can find stray monsters or mini medals or just chests laying around. And there's now sparkly spots all over the overworld that gives you extra items. And even traversing the world is much more streamlined. You can now zoom to almost anywhere you want, whether it's every single town, shrines, or hell, even dungeons. You can just simply zoom there. And definitely made things a lot more easier. For example, the Love Locket quest, where you go to the pirate ship and get the Love Locket, you can simply just zoom to the shrine that's close by to it, and there you go. Though it does come at a cost when it comes down to the streamlining. Like I mentioned in the story synopsis, the story enhancements are really just there to tell you exactly where to go next. And yeah, every single time you beat a boss or progress through the story, they just tell you exactly where to go next. And hell, there's now exclamation points to tell you this is exactly where you need to go. And definitely ruins a bit of that exploration and discovery when they just give you a little bit of an exclamation point. And even though you can turn off some things like the minimap and the objective locator, some of the things like the exclamation points you can't turn off. And I definitely felt how hand-holdy this version of the game is. Though that's not to say the non-linearity of the game is gone, because it's still there, but they definitely do bonk you on the head of where to go next. And that's a little bit of a shame there, and especially on Draconian mode, which is the difficulty I played on, I kind of wish they got rid of some of those things to tell you where to go next, if you played in Draconian mode at the very least. And yes, there's multiple difficulties in this game, from Drakey mode, Dragon Quest mode, and Draconian. And despite that, the only one I can say is the ultra easy mode is Drakey mode, because even on Dragon Quest mode, I'm going to tell you, this is a much more difficult experience in comparison to the NES, the Super Famicom, the Game Boy, or the mobile releases. Because like I mentioned about the fact there's now new spells and abilities, the same thing applies to the monsters. They know those spells and abilities as well. And when you deal with boss battles, you definitely do feel it, as brand new boss battles were added into this remake. For example, the Pyramids in Ibis. There's now a boss you need to deal with before getting the magic key. And I had a bit of a time dealing with that guy. And in the Cursed Village of Thedan, there's now some dying breaths you have to deal with, and they were also annoying as hell. And of course, when you go out and throw the Mountain Cleaver in Mount Necrogard, there's now the gargoyle fight you need to deal with. The one thing I realized was, if I added in certain accessories on, it would have made those experiences much more easier. And yes, much like before, there's now new items and accessories you can get in Dragon Quest III HD 2D from Magic Waters, Elfin Elixirs, and a bunch of accessories. Especially ones that deal with limiting the elements from certain elements, like fire, ice, or wind. And it really did remind me a bit of the Trails games, because those games have a bunch of accessories that deal less in status ailments. Doing that same thing here in Dragon Quest III HD 2D definitely did remind me of the Trails games. And that's something to get used to, because in Dragon Quest particularly, I never really bothered too much about accessories and what kind of accessories I want on my party members. I just throw them onto my party members and go on with my day. But in this remake here, I have to worry more about which accessories I need to put on when dealing with boss fights, because sometimes they have wind powers or fire powers or ice powers. And it's definitely a different experience this time around. Though aside from those changes, the level design is mostly the same. Some small redesigns were made here and there, and some brand new areas were made for this remake. And for the most part, the experience in Dragon Quest III HD 2D felt right at home despite these changes here. Though of course it does suck that the TNT boards from the SNES and the Game Boy version are not here in this remake, though we get mini-melts at the very least. And those are the things I wanted to highlight in regards to the gameplay changes and the progression in Dragon Quest III HD 2D. And now we're going to move on to spoilers, and of course if you don't want to be spoiled, skip to this portion right here. So after you beat Bear Mills and you celebrate the day and Soma pops up, another story change is made to where your parents are now watching you as you celebrate the defeat of Bear Mills and Zoma pops out of nowhere. And you get a little bit of a cutscene between you and your mother. And in the past releases, at any time you can go over to the castle of the Dragon Queen and get the Sphere of Light, but in the HD 2D remake they do force you to go on and get the Sphere of Light first before heading down to the Dark World. And the Dark World is mostly much the same, though there is of course some extra boss fights when it comes down to climbing. Let me just go on screen share for you, Sean. But of course, that's that's if you want to see it, because obviously I'm in spoiler territory. Anyways, where are you at right now?
I decided to climb the North Dragon Tower.
Mm-hmm. Nice, nice. For me, I am gonna go out and try to get the magic key.
Really, you haven't gotten the magic key yet?
Yep. The one place that you would think you can get it, there's like a whole quest behind that. I just realized something. I'm pretty sure they want you to do this thing I did earlier a little sooner.
Think so?
Yeah. The reason I say this is because the party member that you get is level 20, and I'm level 25 at the moment, 27 at the moment.
Well, I'm gonna hop off. I'll see you later.
See ya. See ya. Yep, let's go. Just had to change up the strategy a bit. Let's see right there. This is what we must do. Explore a bit. and then we go on with the adventure. I assume this is how so many people have up to like 40 hours on this game, because they're spending more time looking for all the little nooks and treasures that they can find. Alright, got all the treasure. Alright, let's head over here. Alright, let's head over here. Well, we have more monsters to deal with, more bosses. Okay, we're gonna rock dog this, see how we fare for the time being, and then if we need to go out and actually heal up and all, we will. Dodgy dance, let's sap that guy. Oomph. Okay, Crackle's kind of. That's a little scary. That's a little scary. This is. Oh my god. But we have magic barrier, so that is one thing we can do. But first thing, we're gonna go out and fucking heal first, because that's. Zoom, So the plan this time is Kabuff, magic barrier, and then two saps. Well, one sap and one oomph. So. Okay. And then they're just gonna go on. Okay. And then we'll dodgy dance. Sap. Oomph. Down you go. Probably the scariest one out of the bunch is that one right there. Just simply because he... Just because... Just because of the crackle, that was a little bit... That was a little scary for me. But we have it, we have it. Or not. Okay. Let's go. Got him. And we got the pearl earrings. Let's go. Let's do Burwell's event now. Alright, now we can do the scenario here. Wonder how different it is now we have.
勇者様が来たのは良い機会です。こちらから打って出ましょう。
そう言い出すと思っていた。せっかく守ってきた平和をぶち壊す気か。ずっと言っているだろう。俺たちにはあの石があるから心配ないと。
あんな石ころに頼るくらいなら勇者様のお力を借りて戦いましょう。
僕たちに何か手伝ってほしいんですか？
いいところに。ぜひ君たちに一緒に戦ってほしいんだ。
どういうこと？
私はこの町の自警団の副団長をしているのですが、大将とはずっと意見が違っていてね。魔物に知られないようこの町の住人はひっそりと暮らしている。地上には常に見張りがいて、魔物と万が一にも鉢合わせないように地上に出る者はごく少数に限られる。
カーゴンたちが近くにいるんだから、そのくらいしないと不安ですよね。
いつまでこんな暮らしを町のみんなにさせるつもりなのか。私はもううんざりしている。見張りが見つけた魔物はみんなで始末してしまえばいいと思っているんだ。
しかし、いなくなった魔物を探しにまた別の魔物がやってくる可能性もある。何より守備よく始末できなかった時はどうするつもりだ。地形だ。下手をすればこのペルボイに大きな犠牲を出すぞ。
だからってもしもの時はあの不思議な石を使って命乞いするつもりなんですか。
不思議な石。
触れると不思議な力を感じる石だ。どうやら魔物どもにとって重要なものらしい。
それって。
もしこの町が魔物に見つかったら、その石を渡す代わりに皆の命を助けてくれるよう交渉するつもりだ。
魔物相手に命乞いだと。奴らが耳を貸すもんか。石を奪われた挙句みんな殺されるのがオチだ。だったら最初から戦った方がいい。
この町には子供も年寄りもいるんだぞ。そんな自殺行為決してさせられん。自己してでも助かる可能性にかけるべきだ。それにいくら魔物が相手といえど命を奪うというのはすごいことだぞ。誰にもさせたくない。
私は副団長さんの意見に賛成です。 大将さんの言ってること間違ってる？選んでください。どうしよう。どうする？
We'll just Alright, we'll just kabuff, magic barrier. Dodgy dance, sap, oomph. Okay, highly resistant. that was smart to do magic barrier. Let's heal Cannock, magic, and then re-up magic barrier. Kabuff. Oh, took care of the boss. And our hero's now level 28. Let's go.
に見える。この子の命を助けたら、私ムーンブルクの人たちに恨まれないかしら。君のお父さんならなんて言うと思う？私がすべきと思うことをしなさいって。
Why is this not voiced? Oh my god. That was fucking emotional there. But yeah, holy fuck was that scene emotional. Like, holy crap. It's, like, I was like, god damn, this is so well done. And then later that scene comes in, like, no voiceovers whatsoever. I'm like, fuck. Oh, wait, the wrong way, wrong way. Please lift it.
私も寝てないです。私も起きてます。なんだか眠れなくて。なんか今回喧嘩みたいになっちゃってごめんね。君の気持ち分かってたの。
But yeah, Jun Fukuyama, like, holy fuck. Like, he is, like... He literally sells the character of Ganok. Alright, let's head over to the Shrine of Flames, and I believe there's the other place that has the sigil. Which, in terms of what we're missing Soul. Soul and water, I believe. Six treasures. You got it. That's one treasure. Ah. Another treasure, but magic key blocked. Ah. So they made this more. So they made this a lot more of an event to actually go out and get. It's still in the same location, but they give it to you. Alright, now we have the Sun Sigil. So, I believe there's the three other sigils. So we have Star and Sun. Water, Life, Soul. What's the last one? But hey, at least we have the sigil. Maybe. Okay, yeah, I think I have an idea where the other sigils are. Well, not sigils, treasures are at. Like Dragon Quest treasures. Okay, that's one right there, so. And the other one is chest blocked. Well, magic key blocked, more so. We'll check it out later. It's not crazy important that we look out for it or not. So yeah. Next up we have this area right here. We'll check out this secret spot here. Then we'll check out Mindenhall Shrine. the shrine over at Min Hall. Actually, we'll might as well just holy protection this way, because it does seem like we should be fine in that regard. Be more concerned if we went up north and dealt with those fuckers up. Now we'll see how these guys fare up here. Well, there's a Mel Slime. Right, got him. Nothing here. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be here much earlier, but because normally this is the path, this is my routing, my usual routing is that after I do off guard, I come here. Oh, finally. Princess of Canok is now level 21 now. Alright, got that metal slime. Let's go, let's go. And Canox now level 28. And finally, a good healing spell. At this point. Oh, there's now okay, we start here instead of the castle. That's instead from the side from the castle. That's actually interesting. Okay, locked. Okay. Let's loot all the pots and whatever. And there we go. Though, one thing I have not seen are those saber cats. Because those are usually the thing that goes out and mauls my fucking ass in this game. Alright, time to enter the castle. Well, we can't go through here because magic key and ultimate key.
シアとサマルトリアの王子と共にいるとな。だが君が同行しているのは初耳だな。サマルトリアの姫君。
私は後から合流しましたんで。
なるほど。してどのような用かな。
私たちはハーゴンを討つため紋章と呼ばれる不思議な力を宿した小さな石を探しております。ご存知ないでしょうか。
もしやその石には何やら文様が。
Yeah, the moon sigil.
知っているんですね。
おお、あれは紋章というのか。不思議な気配をしておったから。
So I think the plan for today's stream is to get all the sigils and yeah, and reawaken Rubus, which will leave the lasting which leaves the lasting being Cave to Randarek and facing Hargon and Maroff for tomorrow. But I know there's like post game stuff in this game, so we'll figure something out with that. As more than likely, I'm probably gonna be streaming on Tuesday for all the post game stuff. Though I know they have those guidelines of you can't show certain things until November 29th.
私は君たちが本当にあの者ベラヌールの神父殿の目に留まるほどの実力があるのか知りたい。
お二人はどういうお知り合いなのでしょう。
そうだな。古い友人とでも言っておこう。
But we'll see what happens in that regard, because hopefully we should be able to still show that, so as long as I mention spoilers and all that.
その紋章とやらをくれてやろう。紋章はハーゴンを倒すために必要なのだろう。あら、弱者に渡すことはできんからな。どうだ、挑戦するか。
Alright, sure.
望むところよ。そもそもここに来たのも神父様に腕試しを勧められたからだし。
よくぞ言った。それでこそ勇者の血を引くものだ。では準備ができたら声をかけてくれ。
Alright, let's face the saber cat. Actually, it's a horde of enemies from the looks of it. Oh, attacks twice. Fuck. Okay. Well, I'm guessing we'll eventually face the fucking saber cats. Oh, it's there. It's fucking there. The bane of my existence. The fucking saber cats. Oh, fucking hell. Nope. Instead, I get monkeyed. Monkey. Okay. Oh, took care of those. Right, we have one more, which is the Saber Cat, the Bean Mike Sisters in the original release. But first, we'll rest up quickly. And then once we get the sigil, from the looks of it, then we can go on and try to get our hands on the ultimate key. The one thing I'm gonna say right now is that they definitely overlevel you in that one demo, because where we're at right now versus what I saw in the demo experience, like, clearly I am like a couple levels below what they had originally. Okay, this guy, we're just gonna buff ourselves, and then oomph. Holy oh my god, goodness gracious. This guy is clearly not, clearly hasn't been neutered like everyone else. Okay. And then Kabuff. Zing. Yeah, this fucker hasn't been neutered at all. Okay, we're gonna grind a bit. We are fucking grinding a bit on metal slimes. That fucker's scary. I just want Matilda up a couple of levels / Princess of Cannock. What? We'll try again. We'll see. We'll see how we. Because I have another idea to keep Prince of Cannock safe. So immediately we're just gonna do. Somehow, the Cannock family took care of the thing that mauled their fucking asses normally. And now we have the moon sigil, so all there's left is water and soul. Alright, now we have the Moon Sigil. Moon Sigil makes some spells more likely to be extra effective in battle. In practice, this means that offensive spells can deal more damage, and healing spells may recover more HP. Okay. Good to know. Shrine of Rain. Let's return. I would like the magic key right now, but whatever. We can't have nice things right now. I was gonna say for a second, like, damn, we need that much just to. Okay. Anyways, holy protection, this shit. Off to Gaggle Rock. Wee. Alright. Now we're at the point where of what I played in the demo. Oh, we were there earlier, so let's... Yeah. The Dreamer's Lake. I guess they moved where where Rubus's location is. Because again, it was another random thing that you have to find in the middle of the fucking ocean. That was a boss fight? Okay. That was not. That was nothing. Yeah, it's good. Get fucked. Well, good to know holy protection can get me through all so much for now. Looks like that block path is down the line from looks of it. gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Okay. No, I am pretty tired right now. It is. And to be fair, the other day we did stream about for 7 hours, and the previous day 10. So what I'm gonna do for now is save, and then I'm just gonna take a nap, and I'm just gonna stop the stream, and then we'll be back later tonight to stream more DQ2. Though ultimately, like I said, the main goal is to try to make sure we get to what is it? We get the 5 sigils. The main goal is to get the 5 sigils and then head over to and get the ultimate key so we can prep up for Randarek. And like I said, I know there's like post game stuff, so I'm pretty sure I'll still be streaming up till Tuesday. But in terms of the main game, like going up and beating Malroth, that'll probably be done by Monday, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what happens. But anyways, see you guys on the next one. Take care.